Testing, 1, 2. Can you all hear me? Can you all see me? Hello, chat. We are on day 3 of the Pirate Software Jam. I have had a good night's rest, actually a very long and deep rest, despite only being about 8 hours. Finally caught up on a lot of the sleep debt that I'd been accumulating over the years. And so, yeah, yesterday kind of kicked our ass trying to figure out how to build out a prototype where we take cards and we can drag them and have them swap out. I finally figured out what the problem was. So after the stream had ended, took about a 3-hour break to just kind of clear my head, go do something relaxing, eat some food, watch some YouTube. And then I spent maybe another 3 or 4 hours just kind of tinkering, figuring out what's the deal with this prototype, why it's not working. So I will get into that in a second, but around 2 in the morning, finally figured it out. I'm like, yes, I can finally sleep in peace and not have to worry that tomorrow's stream will be just sitting there watching me bash my head against a wall. I know that Schadenfreude is a real thing. I know you love watching other people suffer, but I didn't want to put you through all that suffering, so I figured let me just do it off screen since it's just me sitting there typing out, testing, typing out, testing, typing out, testing. But I have some exciting things to share with you. So first of all, back in Unity, I also went ahead and imported Tweening and Odin Inspector. If you're not familiar with these are paid assets, but they're not terribly expensive. I think Tweening was like $15. I forget what Odin was, but it's definitely worth it. So Tweening, if you're not familiar, will allow us to take any kind of moving element and animate it smoothly. All right, so if you're familiar with animation, you've heard of tweening, like motion tweening, where you have keyframe here, and rather than just jump straight to there, it does a nice smooth interpolation. So what DoTween does is it takes a lot of the built-in features of Unity, and it allows you to apply those same tweening effects relatively easy on the back end in code. So we'll get to play around with that a little bit. Let me just pull up. Just having a brief look through some of the documentation. So these are all of the different components that DTween can affect. Transform is a very important one. But we will see about maybe getting into that a little bit later. That's somewhere between the prototype and polish stage. So that is a not yet thing. And then Odin Inspector is just a wonderful tool where it allows you to add little attributes in the back end on your code, and it will update the inspector. So, and when you install it, it's got plenty of documentation. It gives you overviews. They have demos and stuff. So closing that out for now, closing that out for now. Sure. Yes, and Odin doesn't really take a fee until you get over $200,000 in revenue, but it is completely worth it. There's been a lot of talk actually from within the Unity community about rolling DoTween and Odin Inspector into the base game. I'm sorry, into the base engine. Which is something that I also support. I would love to see them do that. Just buy out those two assets and make them a core part of Unity. They've done this in the past with other things. So for instance, Pro Builder and TextMesh Pro are now completely integrated into Unity, but they used to be external packages. So if you'd like to see Unity add those things in future versions, let them know. But what we are here for today is prototyping. And I finally figured out what the issue was with why these were not swapping. And the answer is that we were checking to see if we were entering a slot, but if the slot was completely covered, then our raycasting couldn't go through the card, and so it was just dropping it onto that slot and stacking them, which was not the behavior that we wanted. So what I had to do was add functionality to the card itself so that if we entered that, then it would do checks to see if we were holding a card, and if we were, then it would swap. So something else that I learned, come into Visual Studio, ignore, is that there, in addition to all these handlers, so you have drag handler, pointer handler, etc., we also have selection and deselection handler, as well as drop handler. So what iDrop handler does is, as we're clicking and dragging something, if we drop it on something, then it will fire off whatever is in that functionality there. So here we have our onDrop method. So we're saying if we have a pointer dragger, right? So meaning if we're dragging something, then we're going to first do a check to see if that is a card. Because if it's not a card, then we, at the moment, don't care about that. We only care that the thing that we're dragging is another card. So if it's not a card, then we break out early. But if it is a card, okay, and this is on the card class itself. So if we're hovering over a card, we drop a card onto another card, then we want to go and swap. Or leaving functionality for, we were talking about combining cards using the decorator pattern, so we can just stack them and build out new stuff. So we'll worry about that a little bit later. And then in the card slot, don't care about that right now. So I went ahead and cleaned this up a little bit. You can see it's much sleeker now. So we still have our current card and our slot system. I moved all of the snapping and stuff into the set current card, and I just added a bool here so we can tell whether we want it to snap or not snap when we set the current card. Usually it will be true. We also have a clear function. So when we enter a slot and when we exit a slot, we will indicate that that is the slot that is currently selected. And then here's our onDrop function again. Basically exactly the same thing. And I added this move card to slot. So this is just if the slot is empty, since we're not actually swapping them. So if we're dropping it onto a card, we swap. If we're dropping it onto an empty slot, we just move it to that particular slot. So now let's go and check out what this looks like here. So I also cleaned up the slot system class a little bit. For now, we still have the destroy card method, which we'll refactor in a little bit, as well as adding cards. So for the swap, we have our selected card and we have the card that we're currently hovering over. And so for slot A, we get the selected slot, we get the hovered slot, and then we just swap them. So this is the functionality that I was trying to do before. And it was working if the slot was empty, but it wasn't working if the slot was already full. So now it will only work. It will only try to swap if there is a card there. Otherwise, it will move to the empty slot. And so basically we clear out the slot that it came from and just set it to the new slot. So thankfully that is all working now, and our code is a lot sleeker. So we can hide the dragging stuff for now. We'll add a region for pointer. So down, up, and let's do enter first. Enter, exit, down, up, drop. And region. Regions are so nice, you should be using them in your code. Just being able to collapse whole portions of it that you're not currently working on. I also did this for mono behaviors. And we still have our builder that we have to work on. So then when we destroy the card, it just clears out the slot and destroys the actual game object. What else? So yeah, we had card data that we made. So again, we're going to be building our own cards, right? So rather than relying on pre-made cards, or even if I was relying on pre-made cards, this would be a useful dev tool to quickly generate all that stuff on the back end. So we've got name, background, icon, border, color, flavor text, element, card type, whether it's like a creature or an instant or something. Attack, defense, casting cost, and then we still have to figure out all of the effects that go into that. We still have to figure out the recipe system. And then something else that I started working on is separating out the visuals from the logic. So in coding, there's something called the separation of concerns. So you have data, you have logic, and you have visuals. I think those are the three. There may be a fourth one that I'm forgetting. But you don't want to group all of those into the same class. You want to kind of split those off and just have them communicate with one another. That just makes having to change things and reference things a lot easier. So this is just something that I was playing around with from that Balatro video, excuse me, that we were watching yesterday. And so far I managed to get the smooth following to work. So you're going to have the base card. So you're going to have the base card, and then you're going to have the visual, which is separate. And we're going to work on moving the base card around, but then the visuals are just going to kind of track that and interpolate. And so I will show you what that looks like. Waiting for reload. In the meantime, how are you all doing, chat? Okay, so we have our cards. So this is the one that has the base and the visual split out. So if I come to our canvas here, so I've got card visuals. Just so these are all in their own section. And eventually we'll make it so that these register and tie together. But for now, we're just testing. All right, so we've got our card prefabs that have all the different elements in them. So if I take this and I drag it around, you can see the shadow is kind of trailing behind it. So the shadow there is the base. If I turn this off for a second. Right, so we've got the shadow as the base for now. And then the visuals on top of that. So as I drag this around, we're dragging the shadow, and then the visuals are following it. So it's got this nice little trailing effect, which kind of ties into the themes of shadows. And then if I, oh, that was working. There we go. You can see, so red's on the left, white's on the right. I swap those, swap those. Okay, so that was the functionality we were trying to get before. And if I stretch this out, hello, there we go. Stretch this out. So if I hide the cards, we've still got our slots there. And so now it doesn't matter where the slots are. We can even add more if we want. So let's do something like that, and stretch this out more. And we'll have to work on adjusting the camera as well. So we can put things on empty slots, or we can swap them around. So I'm very happy with that so far. Obviously, it could be a little bit more polished. So one of the things we could use DoTween for is instead of just snapping there instantly, see how it just pops in, we can have it be so that it slides to the next one. In fact, why don't we try and do that now? So let us make some more slots. Okay. Save that, and let's get some music back on while we work. We're at, what's it, 29 days of Cult of the Lamb streaming. Which, by the way, for Sunday, we will be doing Cult of the Lamb as well, taking a break from prototyping, just to have a little bit of fun and not burn ourselves out. So let us see if we can play with DoTween. All right, so this is the function that we want. Call that smooth snap to slot. So the first thing we need is to import our namespace. In fact, let's put system up the top there. So using, I believe it's DG. Oh yes, and Serenix if we want the Odin Inspector, which we may as well. No, not config. Using dg.tweening. Something else you can do is you can actually assign these. So let's say you can do something like that. And then if you had an ambiguity, instead of typing out this entire long thing, you can just type out the shortened form. Yeah. But we don't need that right now. Just thought that was a cool little trick that you can do. So let's see. Let us open up the documentation. Reading documentation is very important for learning. So let's see what they have to say about tweening. So we want the transform, so probably the do move. So we need a to position, a duration, and snapping. If true, we'll smoothly snap all values to integers. Okay, so we don't necessarily want that because we can't guarantee that all of our stuff will be in integer values. We could also do stuff like do jump, which might be pretty cool. But let's just try do move first. Oh yes, we also have do scale, which will allow it to expand and contract. So like when we select stuff, there's punch position, which is kind of like a vertical shake. And shake position, so if you want it to wobble for any particular reason. So something like this might be, I'm thinking, if you try and combine things, but it's an invalid recipe, you could just have it shake and give you a little bit of feedback. Be like, maybe like a red flash and some sound effects. Blendable move by. Oh yes, so for our canvas groups, we were using fading, so we can do fade. So that might be something else that we try. Alright, so transform position dot do how do I actually use this? Examples. So transform.doMove. Okay. There we go. So then we need our end position, which is the parent slot. Then we need a duration. So let's say half a second, and snapping is false by default, so we don't have to enter that. So let's see, where is this being called? In cards and card slots. So here. So for now. And a good practice is if you're testing stuff, don't just immediately erase stuff. Duplicate it, comment it out so that you know what you're doing or what you did before. And then once you're sure that you don't need it, then you can go and get rid of it. Okay, so that should be all of those. Yes. So now let's see what that looks like. Recompiling always takes so long. Alright, let us test. Our code, great. This unfortunately is one downside about using Unity, is that compiling things, recompiling things, especially as your project grows larger. This infamous little bar here. I know there are assets to make it faster. Whoa. Okay. So that's kind of working. Our visuals aren't following it, but we just leave the visuals out of it for a second. See how it's nicely smoothing? Whereas before it was just kind of jumping right to there. So that's cool. And look how easy that was. We could use it right out of the box. So cool. You have no idea like how satisfying that is. It may seem absurd, but apparently we have extra cards lying around here. Yeah, so our visual there is working. Yeah. Awesome. It's doing the thing. So happy. After all that struggle yesterday, finally having things work the way we want them to. Alright, so now, instead of doing that, let us try the jump. Do jump. And so this is going to take an end position, which we have. So we need jump power, number of jumps will be 1. Let's just see what 1 looks like. And let's make this a little bit faster. Have some coffee while we wait. So probably what'll happen is whenever I'm waiting for stuff to recompile, that'll be when I go and check the chat. Do these still have cards on them? They do. Okay. So why don't we make this so that we can tell the difference? So we've got green, yellow. Don't need those anymore. It's a green card. Call this purple. Okay, and do white. Okay. Let's see what it looks like. Something else I could do is rather than hard code those durations and jump values is I can serialize them so that I can play with them in the inspector and then don't have to go back and forth and wait for recompiling, which is the way that I should be doing it, but let's see. Okay, you all want to go to the first one for some reason. Okay, so it's still doing the move one. Doesn't really look like it's jumping, so let us remedy that right now. And in fact, why don't we do this at the top level here so that I don't have to adjust it for every single card. Header. Tweening. Public float. Yes, make it public because the other ones have to access it. Tween duration. Let's just see what 5 does, I guess. So in our cards, so we can say for the jump power, slot system dot jump power, slot system dot duration. May as well change this one too. Okay, I think that should work. Once I'm done setting this up, I have something else fun to show you. Okay, so in our slot container, yeah, so here we have our tweening parameters. So now I can just adjust these as I need without having to go and redo it. And that'll save on compile time, which will save on your and my boredom. Oh. See that? Did a little jump. Again, I don't know why you keep wanting to go to the first one. Look at that. See it did a little hop? So rather than going straight across, could probably even zoom in so you could see it. Let's make that even more powerful. Let's try 15. Look at that, that's so cool. So now they'll actually hop. That's so cool. Like, already that feels so good. See, much more interesting than just having it snap automatically in place. Of course, some of these aren't doing what they're supposed to. And I think the reason for that might be because they don't have a slot assigned initially. So they're just going to the first open one. That's so cool. Let's bump it up even more. See what 25 looks like. That might be a little bit much. I don't know. We'll have to see what you guys think. 20. Yeah, 20 feels good. But yeah, that's so cool. I'm so happy about that. And then we still have our delete function. So if we're hovering over something, oh yeah, and if I click it, it does a little jump. Because it's, oh, because you know why? Because I'm clicking it, which starts the drag, but then it goes back and it does that little jump. Interesting. All right, so let's leave this at 20 for now. In fact, let's go and hard code the base one to be 20. All right, so I think we like that. So, yeah, we'll leave that in place for now. It's not hurting anything. Let's see. What else do we want to do? How about when we enter a card, we scale it. So let's see. Do you want to do that in enter? Oh yeah, I added this as well so that when we enter it, it'll just go up a little bit. Could hard code that value, I guess. So just the vertical offset when we hover. And hover scale factor. Okay, so where are we doing this? So our local position is moving up. So rather than affecting this directly, why don't we try transform dot do move y, because we can do these individually. And I think we can even do local dot do, yes, local move y. So float end value is slot system dot vertical offset slot system dot duration. And then copy the, well, let's do the scale first. Transform dot do local scale. So local rotate, is there no local scale? I guess it's just do scale. So float end value was slot system dot scale factor slot system dot tween duration. Yep. Okay, so now we copy these, and on exit, I don't know if this has to be 0 or if we have to negatively offset it. Let's try negative first, and then this is just going to be returned to 1. Okay, Let's test that out. Hey, Kate. Yep. I imported the Tween library, and now we've got our cards got hops. And not the kind that get you drunk. Although we could make drunken cards. How are you doing today? Okay, so we've got our tweening stuff here. Oh yes, I wanted to check to see if they start off with a slot. Oh, look, our scaling is working. Right, yellow. For some reason, oh, I see why. Let's change that right now. We'll have to do a more robust solution for this. But for right now. Tired, you had a full day at the doctor's. Not a big deal, just long. Playing Potion Maker at the moment. That's good inspiration for the game jam. Because Potion Maker is all about shadows and alchemy. There's another game too. I'll look it up in a second. So, look, our cards scale when we hover over them, and 1.25 seems to be the right amount. So that's already feeling good. Hey. See, as a creator, like little things like this bring me lots of joy. And it looks like our visual needs to scale too. See, because the base is scaling outside of it, but not the visual. So why don't we deal with that right now? Instead of doing a lerp, we can just use our tweening library. Right, that would make sense. And we may as well using Cyrenix, because we might need that later. But yeah, this has already got me feeling really good. Alright, so transform dot do move. So the end value will be card base dot position. Card base dot slot, not case. On our visual, get slot system dot tween duration. And transform dot do scale card base dot transform dot scale local scale. What I should probably do is cache these. So let's do then in start, let's rename this to root transform. Because it's unlikely that we're going to change that, and if we do, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. So here's an interesting tip. So we have two functions in Unity. One is for awake and one is for start. Both of these happen before the update loop. So how do you know which one to use? So awake, the way that I think about it is that awake is when a script first wakes up in the morning, it's getting out of bed, it's stretching, it's putting its clothes on, it's getting itself dressed, it's initializing, right? It has things that are already attached to it, things that are already in its room, so to speak, right? Encapsulated inside its container. So it has access to all those things, it can get components, whereas start is when a script first comes down to breakfast and it meets all the other scripts, right? So you can't interact with other scripts unless it's within the same object in awake, but you can interact with other scripts in start. And so that's one of the ways that I always think about separating them. So if the thing that you need is on that particular object, use awake. If it's on some other object, use start. Okay. All right, so now we can just say and the reason why we're caching that is because it takes less memory to look inside what's already saved than to go and access it and generate new memory. Because every time it has to interact with another script, that takes more processing power, whereas if it already has it accessible, so think about it like this. You're working with your coworkers, your boss comes to you, and he says, you know, here's a bunch of tools and resources and stuff that you need, right? Here's documentation, go and work on this problem. And so then you use those tools and you go and you work on the problem. Whereas if you have to constantly go and check in with your boss, like, hey, what about this? Hey, what about this? That takes away from your maker time. That slows down production. All right, so we have the visual is scaling. Shouldn't need that. Let's leave that off for now and just see. You saw Thor playing Potion Maker? Nice. And yeah, this is C#. C#, very easy to learn. People tell me Python is even easier to learn. I have yet to experience Python, but I can believe that. Okay, so now you have a visual. So we'll do a little more playing and then I'll show you something else that's really cool that I've been working on this morning. Okay. Alright, so you're the one that has the visual. And now our visual is tracking nicely, scaling nicely. Yep, and so if we hover over something else with it, awesome. Doing our little jumps. Looking good, feeling good. Cool. Alright, so now that that's working, I want to try and actually build out some cards. Let's hide all this for a second. So, do you remember when we looked at our GDD, which, by the way, I updated it for today's activities. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be looking into building, decorating, and strategy patterns, as well as creating recipes, being able to spawn and destroy cards, and possibly even combining them, doing a little bit of UI, and we'll see if we get to the rest of this stuff. But do you remember for our cards, we were going for sort of a tarot card look, and I actually found some more reference. So I don't know if I showed these off on stream last time. So I have my nice little dragon leather notebook. Got all my circuit stuff, just for the channel in general. So when you see me doing art streams, that's where these come from. And then we were doing some basic concept art for our AI enemies, as well as the font. So we'll get to that a little bit later in the week, maybe. And then just doing out thumbnails and test design concepts for the look and feel of our cards, both the front and the back. And so if you see in the lower right there, came up with a design that I'm fairly happy with. And also coming up with Remember, we were talking about diegetic elements, being able to depict complicated things without using words. So instead of saying attack and defense, we would have little swords and shields or scythes and shields. Trying to get it so that the blur isn't catching it. And then having ones for the different elements. So let me just take a picture of that real quick. So that I can upload it to the server. So yeah, doing those thumbnails and concepting out on paper is a way that you can rapidly prototype art and get stuff generated quick, just like you saw us do with these cards, just like you saw us do with the GDD. And so what I did this morning is I actually started tinkering and prototyping out better visuals for the cards. So some of you will look at this and you'll think that that's actually finished artwork, but for my level, the level that I'm at, this is just placeholder art. Whereas for you, something like this might be placeholder art. And actually that's originally what I started with. I originally started out with this, just a rounded rectangle. That was going to be for the base card. Remember, we're separating out the base logic from the visuals. So the one that we drag around would just look like this, which we could turn into a nice shadow. So if I make that gray, give it a little bit of transparency. And make it darker. Right, so we can have a nice shadow. And then taking that original sketch that I made, let me finish uploading that so you guys can see. Go to the art channel. Okay. So taking this general design and working that out in Illustrator, doing a mock-up of it, just using basic shapes. So you have a rectangle, and you can add rounded corners to it in the Properties tab. Here. So I just added... So this is 1000 by 1618, the golden ratio. Remember we were talking about that in one of our previous art streams. And then just scaled down to about 150 wide, because cards are about 3 by 5, more or less. And then taking basic shapes and just building up those different layers. So I can separate these out and make each of those a sprite that I can then reassemble in Unity. And just testing out what it looks like with text over it. And then going and adding some effects. So for this outer rectangle here, just a simple stroke, and I can actually add... you can add multiple fills and multiple strokes. And so I can drag these down and sort them. So something like that. So now this rectangle effectively has 2 strokes, one behind, one on top. The one behind is a little bit bigger, so it appears outside. And the same with all of these. And so for this, you can change the corner style. Instead of having it be rounded outside, you can have it inverted, or you can just have it be beveled like that. So different styles, which is pretty cool. I personally like this cut in inner rounded style. So for this part, you can see I have multiple strokes, I have multiple fills. You can apply different blending modes to the fills. So for this, I don't know if you can really see that. This is just a texture. So if I... Right. So Illustrator comes with some of these standard textures, which are not very good, but you can import your own. Again, this is, for my level, this is placeholder art. So I'm just using the stuff that's built in. This took maybe about 2 hours to do all of this stuff. For some of you, it may take 2 hours to do this stuff. But part of why this went so smoothly is because I had already done those thumbnails initially. So this has multiple fills. So we've got both of those two patterns. I also added an inner glow, which I should add to this as well. So you can add effects to the entire object, or you can add them specifically to strokes and fills. So for instance, on this one, I added an inner glow, but really that should be on the base. So go to stylize. You can add drop shadows, feathering, inner glow. Inner glow is good if you want sort of like a darkened inside around the edge. Or you could do by center, and you can change the amount. Let's go, usually 7 for a drop shadow works pretty well. And you can change the blending mode, you can change the color. So if I wanted to make this pink, for instance, now it's got sort of a red glow, but I don't want that, I want just the standard black. Okay. And so once we have that all set, what I can do is I can come over here to our graphic styles and just drag that in, and that'll make that into a style. So now if I were to take any object, it'll have that same style. And so that's a way to rapidly reuse the same styles without having to sit there and go through each element manually. So let's get rid of this one now. See? Look how nice that looks. And we'll do this one too. Just adds a little bit of subtlety and depth to it. So these are just basic shapes. So I came over here to the polygon tool. If you click and hold down, and you press up or down, you can change the number of sides that it has. Right, so those are just triangles. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So for the webs, I started out with a 12-sided object, make it transparent. Give it a stroke of 1 for now. And so what I did with these is take some lines, just go across like that. So I have it selected, hit R for rotate. I start dragging it, but then I hit Alt, which will duplicate it. I drag it to the anchor point, Control D to duplicate the effect. And I was a little bit off there, but that's okay, because we can just take these and fix them up if we need to. If you get it right the first time, you can go through that pretty quick. And then for this, let me see if I can remember what I did. Distort, pucker, and bloat. So if we bloat, it turns into a flower, whereas if we pucker, it turns into a star. So I think I just did something like 10. And then if we go to Object Expand Appearance, that'll lock that in place. So then we can take these and just scale them up. And then take the outside edge and Command C, Command F to paste it in front. Transform scale. So we could do 90. And that'll give us this one. Or if we do something like 75. So what we can do is we can preview it. And we can also hit copy. And now if we hit Command or Control D, it'll duplicate that effect. So I just did that a bunch of times to get this. And then you group all that together. And then for each of these, I just did different kinds of warping effects. So under Effects, Warp. And you can adjust these values however you like. And so just kind of playing around with these, seeing what each of them does. If there's one I liked, I would duplicate it and just make another one. Just to get some nice variations. So like the twist one gave us this sort of saw blade effect. So those are some cool things that you can do. Another cool trick that you can do is, let's say that you have a bunch of different basic shapes. You can come in here to Effects, Distort, Roughen is another of my favorite effects, and it gives it sort of a rocky and or torn paper look. And you can adjust the sliders for more or less detail. You can adjust the size. You can change to relative or absolute, and it gives different effects. So sometimes I'll use this for creating rock or fire or ice, or in the circuit tracker app that we made, I use this for the torn pages effect. So that's another cool effect. So if you apply the roughen beforehand, it'll make the same one. Whereas if you apply it, if you apply it first and then duplicate it, it'll create the same one. Whereas if you want a lot of different variations, duplicate your object first, then apply roughen, and each one of these will be unique. So, some really cool hacks rather than sitting here having to try and draw this out every time. And then of course we have the Flower of Life, which if you've never seen how to make that, really simple. Start with a circle. Drag it up so that the center of one is on the outside edge of the other. Duplicate that. Take two of these. And then the centers of these are going to be on where this intersects. And if I wanted to be really precise about it, I would get in here and use my smart guides to find exactly where that is. But for our purposes, I don't really care. And then coming over and doing the same on this side. Okay, so that's how you make the Flower of Life. And then if you can go even further with this, and you've probably seen patterns like that online if you're into New Age stuff or sacred geometry and mysticism. So then to create this effect, I thicken these up. Go to expand. So now they have a stroke around that side. So now if I increase the stroke, it'll increase it on the outside. So we'll give these a fill. And then I select all these, and I come in with my shape builder tool. And I can just combine some of these rings together. So for instance, if I want these to all be overlapped on top, and you can get sort of a nice Celtic knotwork interweaving effect that way. And so then just going and doing that for everything until we get this. Then I just added a drop shadow to it. And for this, so I took our basic shape here, got rid of all of the strokes and effects except for one. Actually, let's keep that there. Copy, paste in front. Now get rid of all the effects, because we're going to use the bottom one as a guide. Drop this all the way down, as low as it'll go. Just turn it white so we can see. So now we have our line here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to path, offset path. And if I use my scroll wheel, I can go up or down, and it'll offset it by the same amount all the way around. Whereas if you try to scale it, it'll stretch and it'll distort it. Whereas offset path does it uniformly while retaining the same shape and proportions. So I can go, if I make it positive, it'll increase in size. If I make it negative, it'll tuck in. So I'm going to go to something about there. So -2. Okay, now I can object expand appearance, and that'll lock that in. Whereas if I kept it before, it'll keep this same line. It'll just change the visuals. Again, remember separating out logic from visuals. So now I can get rid of this stroke. And so now I can drag other elements in. So I have all these separate, so let's just group that. So Control X, Control F, pastes it in front. And now if I select all of these, whatever element is all the way in front, if I hit Command or Control 7, that's the shortcut for clipping mask, or you can just go to Object, where is it? Clipping mask, make. And so now these are all grouped as one object, and it masks it out using that path as a shape. And if I want to go in and edit this, I just double click on that, brings me into isolation mode. I can click on my path itself, so I can change the shape of the mask. If I hit A, I can do fine tuning of the path, or I can select the objects within it, and I can reposition them or scale them or do anything else with them. And so then if I select both of these, I can drag them around. So for instance, with this, I just select all these and give them a little bit of a thicker stroke, maybe. Nah, leave that. stylize, add a drop shadow. We can add an outer glow if we want. Whatever you want to do from there. So just kind of playing around with stuff, seeing what works, what doesn't. And that's basically how I got all of these. And then these are just a circle with a gradient, and then there's these are inset from the using that same method I just showed you. Same with this. It's just inset. This one's got two fills to give it sort of a glossy look to it. Again, just using the built-in stuff, not really worried about it right now, because again, for me, this is placeholder art. For you, this might be finished art, and maybe for the purposes of this project, if we run out of time, this will wind up being the finished art. But I just thought it would be nice to get something better for you to look at that also makes me feel good. So for instance, in the final game, what I might wind up doing is, so see how I have this repeating pattern? Depending on where I place it, it'll change the pattern. I could do something like that in Unity. Since I have this shape as a mask, I can bring that into Unity, apply a shader to it, and actually have it be dynamic. So I can do swirls and parallax and Voronoi noise or whatever. So that might be something that I consider for the polish stage, whereas this is still, for my level, again, technically prototyping. So why don't we, since we have this up, so we have our asset export here. So what I can do is I can select each of these items and drag them in. Actually, realistically, what I should do instead of that is make a sprite sheet. All right, so I'm going to keep an assembled version, and then I'm going to split this off into parts. Just in case I want to use them for something. And by doing it this way, they'll actually retain their effects, like the drop shadow. All right, these are all pretty much the same. Okay, I think that's all the components. I could also theoretically go in and make a mask for this one if I wanted to add other effects behind it. In fact, let's do that just so you can see. So again, come here, path, offset path, -2. Slide this one over. Okay. So I'm keeping these separate because I could make them in Unity, or I could just use this one already. I'm just having that flexibility. So again, if we wanted to animate this background pattern using a shader, I would need it split out into different elements. Okay. And rather than grouping these together, I'm going to leave them like that in case I want to make them one whole thing. Okay. So select all this. And artboards. I think that's everything. Give it a save. Export just that one. Where is this project located? That's concerning. Where are you saving to? All right, I'm not going to worry about it for now. Okay, so now just make sure stream is still good. Hey Liam, welcome to the chat. Glad you could show up for stream. How are you doing today? What are you working on? Yes, we are participating in a game jam, which if you're not sure what that is a competition where you have a limited amount of time to build and publish a completed, not really completed game, but a completed prototype of a game. Everything from planning all the way up to putting it on itch.io. So the theme for our game is Shadows and Alchemy. So we're working on a card building deck battler. Yes, day one we showed how to make a game design document. So this is essentially ignoring the placeholder art for now. This is the plan. This is everything that you want to ideally put into the game, figuring out how it works, your core mechanics, story, art, audio, menus, and so forth. So we spent an entire day just going through, coming up with a concept, flushing out that concept, pushing and pulling and testing ideas, getting some reference and inspiration for things like the art direction, what kind of styles we want to do. So in our case, we're referencing things like Cult of the Lamb. We're also influenced heavily by spiders, Magic the Gathering, obviously. So right now I'm working on building out the card designs, which you just saw me doing. Or at least in this case, placeholders for the card designs. And then yesterday we started prototyping, and that was a bit of a slog, but I finally got it to work. So if I just show you real quick here. So we created base cards, and now we're actually going to work on building out and fleshing out the details of some of those cards. So we have them in a bunch of different slots. I can hover over them, they grow. I can drag them and they swap places, which is pretty cool. If I try to drag it outside, that's concerning. I have to figure out why it's doing that. But yeah, it'll snap back. And so these are just the early phases of the game, trying to get the look and feel down before we add some polish to it. And speaking of, so now we've got our card pieces imported, and we're going to be assembling those in a second. All right, before we get involved in that, though, I'm actually going to use the bathroom real quick, enjoy the lovely music, and I will be right back. And we're back. Yummy, tasty supplements. Just what a game dev needs. I actually did go out and spend a few minutes before the stream basking in the sunlight because I'm going to be inside most of the day. What is my team getting up to? Ah, yes. Talking about the CrowdStrike hacking. That's wild. How apparently one single glitch caused half the world's airlines to malfunction. Something I don't have to worry about because I'm not going anywhere. Alright. So now we need to slice up this boy. So the way that we do that is we select him, we go into the inspector, change the sprite mode to multiple. I'll keep the pixels per unit as is. Clamp, sure. Keep all that the same. Go into the sprite editor. Yes, apply. So I'd mentioned before for our AI characters, we would eventually be doing stuff in the skinning editor, but that's for later. So let's just see how good Unity does. Okay. All right, looks like it did a pretty good job. Just go through real quick and name all these so I can find them. Sure hope I have these right. And the other reason why this is placeholder art for now is because, remember we said that in our card builder algorithm, we're going to give the player the option to choose from a bunch of different styles, so... Obviously we haven't generated those yet. Something else we could do with these to make it a little more dynamic is use procedural generation to select one of them at random and also give them a random rotation. Okay, that should be everybody. Hit apply. And we don't need those. That's just for my benefit. Cool, so now we have those all sliced up. So if we were to come in here and drag one of these, your Dr. Day tree to Starbucks. What I used to do when I was working in HVAC was sometimes I would go to Dunkin' Donuts and get their signature lattes. Those were always good, especially the pumpkin spice latte. That was one of my favorites. Okay. Excuse me. Oh, I see. That would probably help. Okay, so now we can take you cool. Except did I make an oopsie? I made an oopsie, chat. Now I gotta do all that again. Potentially. Can I re-import you? Big sad. Yeah, because when I split this out, I took the border off of that, which wasn't supposed to happen. Da, 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 da. But at least we know this goes pretty quick. Alright, I'm not going to bother renaming them right now. We'll do that later. There we go. So now we have a card. And let's just do this for now. Cool. All the Starbucks are affected by the tech thing? The CrowdStrike thing? Okay, so now we have a front and we have a back. Is there any reason why I should want to be able to flip the cards? Because that would just be a simple matter of affecting their Y rotation. Right, because if I flip it all the way around, then it'll just act as a swap, which is good for some things, but not in this case. I don't think we'll worry about that for right now. Add that later as polish. Okay, so let us go to our prefabs. Actually, before we do that, where's our card prefab? Prefab variant. Right, I didn't name it. Okay, so now I guess we'll just leave those where they are for now. Empty parent. This will be deck. Um, let's just hide all this nonsense for now. Actually, we don't need any of this. Okay, so we need a blank as well. Do just a basic image. Yeah, we'll just use that one for now, I guess. Got the slot visual. Okay, so the way this will work is, so we have our deck. So as long as we have cards, we click on one, it'll spawn a card for us. And then when it runs out, then that'll just disappear like that. Dun, 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 dun. And so we'll make it so that when we delete a card, instead of going and being deleted, it'll just go to the discard pile. All right, let us get rid of all of these, since we know that this is working now. So probably what we should do is make a transform container so in our slot system. Let's make some helper functions here. So we want public void draw card, public void discard card, and that's obviously going to take card. And remove card from play. Okay. So we should remove. So remove it from play. And then that'll also destroy it. So cards that are removed from play can't be brought back in, whereas discarded cards can. So we'll just say card.destroy card. Discard pile. Make that the discard slot. Okay. Card dot all right, so that's just going to move it there. All right, so we need to figure out how to build a deck next. All right, so we'll say if input.get key down keycode dot space that'll draw a card, and then if input.get key down, I guess we should have a return to deck option. Eventually, we might also want to pass in arguments as to whose deck and whose discard pile. Okay. That'll be destroy, return, draw, discard, make that backspace. Say, if hover card's not equal to null, discard hover card. Okay. All right, so now every card will have a card visual. Serialize Republic. Serialize, always serialize first until we know we need otherwise. So for now, when we draw a card, we have card prefab, card visual prefab. We'll instantiate card prefab and hard code in a value for now. Parent. Parent it to the slot system for now. Still have to worry about sorting order. Alright, so when we set its parent slot, it sets the transform. So when we select the card, on pointer down, so this becomes selected. It's parent slot, and then this dot parent that should make it so that it's always on top. Set as last sibling, just to enforce that. And then all right, so we have that. And then card visual prefab. Sure, you can go there, and your parent will be the container. So we need to set the visual. Um, okay. So then card.set visual. Okay. What else? So when we hit space, we should be able to draw a card. Backspace to discard. Return it to the deck. And destroy. Okay. Let's see if that's working the way that we want it to. So our card prefab will be the front. Card. No, we want card base. These should not be cards, these should be card visuals. Right, we need to assign that as well. Let's check on chat while we're waiting. Play an entire round of blitz chess in the time I'm waiting for this thing to recompile. Okay. So card back does not need to be a card, that just needs to be a card visual. What we should do is make it so that the card is not the one that is fading, but rather Alright, so card visual, we're going to enforce that it needs a canvas group. No. Why are you not happy about that? Canvas element. Canvas group is a type which is not valid in the oh. Type of back to our cards. Because we're splitting off the visual, so we need crap, we still need that. Or the visual should never block the raycast. Card visual.canvas.group. dot do fade. What was the method for that? Should be able to access that. Why do you not want to do fade? Alright, fine. We won't worry about that. You'll just have to imagine the fade. Okay. Slot system dot fade amount. No. Fade amount. All right, back to Unity. Well, that's loading. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so we have a card base. Scroll out, scroll out. Okay. I guess we could keep that solid and just change it here. All right, so that's the card base. Here, just got a message from Draki asking me about music, what kind of music we want for the game. Yeah. Barak. Unpack this, unpack this. Okay, so we have the card base, card back. Yes, you are not a raycast target. Make it clear that this is the visual. Card front visual. I guess there's not ever really a reason to drag the backs of the cards. Because the opponent's hand will all be done automatically. So this doesn't even need to be a visual. This could just be no, because we need it for the hover card. No, it can just be a regular button. Yeah, it doesn't have to go anywhere. Alright, so front visual and card base. Alright, slot. Get rid of that for now. Card back visual. You can go away. You can go away. Slot prefab. Add the card back. What's wrong with this picture here? Get rid of that. There we go. Okay, and discard pile. And let's just add a bunch of slots. Sure. 7 is good. Alright, so now card prefab, card front visual, deck slot, discard slot, and those don't need to be slot prefab, card visual container, right, let's see how that works. All right, so we should be able to draw cards. Object reference, let's set to an instance. Testing. Whatever, don't care about that right now. Okay, so we hit space. Okay, that's going to be a problem. Here's where we start to run into issues with order of operation. Okay. This might be where we need to get into the Fluent Builder system and executing order of operations. So our slot visual just say if slot system is null, turn, because we can't do any of that stuff. And then we also want our deck to be higher up in the hierarchy so that it's lower in the stacking order. Something I did in my tracker app was I made separate canvases for stuff and just forced them through that sorting order. Or I could always make this the last sibling. Yeah, the card visuals, we always want to be on top. All right, let's try again. Looking at the Discord, people posting interesting artwork. Mm-hmm. 360 new messages. Just ignore that for now. Okay, so space. We did make a new card. But why are you not happy? Right, we should assign you to a slot. Okay. Because eventually drawn cards will go into your hand. Public card slot. Temp draw slot. I guess that could serve as your hand. Right, so when we draw, so rather than doing this here, let's call it explicitly. This should really all be done in like an initialize function, but that's what prototyping is for. New messages in that channel. Everybody's so hard at work. Good. Love to see it. Okay, so now space, and you did not go where you were supposed to because I forgot to assign the slot. Because I am a slut. Let's try again with less failure. This is substantially more progress than we've been making, so that's good. Not even 3 hours yet. Plenty of time. Okay, so now put you there. Do something clever. So you're going to start at the deck pause. And then you're going to move to there. So if that works, it should pop from the deck to that empty spot. And then we can put that empty spot anywhere we want, like in our hand. We might be getting a visit from our producer later. Right. Let's find out. So what are you all working on in the meantime? Already got an issue. Why is that causing an issue? Look at that. That's so cool. Not sure why it's growing like that, but okay, that's kind of working. Seem to be having an excess of slots here. Doing all kinds of funky things. So let's see. Okay, you're going to the discard pile. That's good. Seems we have an extra Okay, so at some point we made things be parented to the slot container. That is obviously bad because we have a horizontal grid here. And we're also getting issues with that. So let us first take care of so we don't want you to be parented to that. Let's just say your parent is null. Then you should be on top of everything. Or alternatively, we could add layers so that the slot system can hold children, and then it has a separate container that holds the individual slots. That would probably be better. Let's just see how this does for now, and then we'll deal with why they're becoming super big. The card shape looks neat. Yeah, I like it a lot, especially the fact that because we're not dealing with physical cards necessarily, we can afford to break the borders, which is something that I think games like Hearthstone and Slay the Spire do, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. At least you're always going on top, so that's good. Excuse me. That is happening because you have no parents, so you're just going off into the wild blue yonder. What are you warning me about? Oh, this bullcrap again. So really what we should do is make it so that when we click on the deck, it draws a card. Let's make a script for that. Right, make a script for the deck. Get rid of that for now. Um, Alright, so a deck should have a list of cards. Okay. Alright, so we'll get a random index, pick the card, cache it, remove it from our list, and then return it. Um, that's not actually being used. Target. Serialize fields. Private. Private. Add the keywords because it looks naked if we don't. Mm. Let's just see if that does the thing. Recompiling. Should probably make one for discard pile at some point. Alright, so our deck. It's going to get the deck script once you're done with your nonsense. Okay, so target slot, visual container, prefabs. And since we have this right on the same script, can we not? Because it's not void. Probably because it's not void. See how everyone in chat is doing. People working on making shooter games. Talking about events and event listeners. Okay. Should be good to go now. I spoke too soon. Something else I want to do eventually is to reinstate my event channels system, or rather Gitman's system. I just borrowed it from him. Okay. Let's see if that does the thing. It's 4:30 already. Okay, so that does do the thing. I don't like how we have to go and fetch it, but now our space one isn't working anymore, but that's okay. All right, so now we have to figure out why you're doing that. Okay, well that's why the space one's not working, because we didn't assign it. Line endings in the following file are not consistent. Do you want to normalize? Sure, so you can stop telling me about this. Let's just do if slot systems null return. Slot systems null return, because I'm sure you're going to be problematic too. Anybody else? All right, we don't need that anymore. If slot system is null, return. Slot systems null, return. Something I can do in the meantime, while we're waiting. First of all, put that back where it belongs. Share these out on the Discord while we're waiting for recompile. All right, should be done now. So we don't want the slot container doing this, but let's just put it in so we don't get any errors. Still want to get to the recipes and combining stuff and actually building out the card so we can have more than one card in our deck. That would be a nice thing to have in a deck builder. Something here is null. Hmm. So when I drop it, something is null. So none of you have cards. Let's see, if I click on this, so that's being hovered. Now it's selected, so selected is not null. All right, so it's doing the slot. You don't have a card. See, now we're going to get into more complicated logic because I need to decide, if we're dropping it from this specific slot, we don't want it to swap back. So we have several problems here. First problem is that it's staying really large. Second problem is when we select it, it goes off into oblivion. Third problem is when we drop it. All right, I'm gonna have to have a think on this for a second. So let me go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Maybe we'll get some bathroom inspiration. All right, I'm back. Oh, 1 second. Now we're back. And I have brought ramen. We'll let that sit there for a minute. So while I was up, I had to think, and rather than trying to bash my head, not against the toilet, as Kate suggests, but against this particular problem, and having you watch me torture myself, I think we'll move on to a different problem, just for content's sake. And then I can go and try and figure this out off stream like I did last time. I think you would all agree that would be a lot better. So let's return back to our GDD, because this is the guiding principle of all that we do. So we can kind of spawn cards. I didn't actually check if we could destroy them. But I trust that that's okay, because we did that last time. So I guess now we just need recipes. So let's work on that. And actually, this would be a very good time to talk about something important. Get my pen wherever that went. Yes, no hitting our heads. We will not be doing that. So I talked a little bit before about the separation of concerns, how we want to separate out our data from our logic from our visuals. So you have separation of concerns. And what this means is we have data, logic, and visuals. Okay. And so we kind of keep these separate from one another. So you saw we had our card data, which is like our name, background, color, etc., etc., etc. So the logic is like our slots, decks, system, drag and drop. And then our visuals is card front and back, slot visual. I guess UI could technically be a fourth category. And shadows, board, okay. Managers would be under logic. So we have our separation of concerns. And then in addition to that, something I talked about in the Artist's Guide to Programming is you have logic versus syntax. And these are also kept separate. So when you're trying to learn a new language, there's the logic is the what, and the syntax is the how. So something like the relationship between a person and their wife, or a cat and a mouse, things like that, the price of goods, these would all be under logic. These are things that are sort of independent of the actual language that you're learning. And then syntax is the specific vocabulary and grammar that you use to convey whatever ideas that you're trying to get across. So for our case, the logic, as we said, is the what. Syntax is the how. So in trying to sort through a problem when you're coding, either your problem is with the logic or your problem is with the syntax, and being able to figure out which of those two is the case is important, right? So for instance, let's say that I want to spawn an object, okay? So the logic would be spawn object, okay? So then my syntax would just be instantiate prefab, okay? So let's say that I didn't know about the instantiation method, right? I just knew that I wanted to spawn an object at a particular place. Okay, so my logic is good, right? Very simple. Spawn object at this spot. Then my problem is, okay, how do I actually do that? So it's instantiating the object, but it's always instantiating it at the origin. Okay, so the problem is to do with the location bit, and that's because I didn't give it a position rotation, parent, etc. Right? So there are other overload methods that I might not have been aware of. Whereas let's say that I know how to do this part of the code, but I'm having issues where I'm running into null reference exceptions, as you saw before, where something is triggering and it's throwing errors. And it's because when I instantiate it, all these other methods on the back side are trying to get called, but there's nothing for them to call because we haven't set it up yet. So after I spawn the object, I need to set up the object for other stuff to happen. Okay. So in that case, the problem is on the logic side, because I didn't respect the order of operations at which different events had to happen in sequence. So the way that we diagnose this problem is, for logic, we need to break things down into smaller and smaller chunks. So we create subsystems. And then for syntax, we look up documentation. So with regards to logic, one question that is very important to ask is, what do I mean by X? right? So when I say I want to spawn something, what do I mean by that? I mean, I want to create an instance of that in the scene. And by asking myself this question and digging down into sort of the fundamental root concepts of language, of English language, eventually I'll stumble across something that I can then look up in the documentation, right? So I want to create an instance of it. Well, is there anything in the documentation in the language that relates to creating an instance of something? Yes, there's instantiate. Instantiate creates an instance of something. So with syntax, the question is, how do I do X? Right? So I want to create an instance of something. How do I create an instance of something? And so this is how you begin to problem solve and troubleshoot things in programming. So for our case, we know we have, actually before we even get to that, so we know we're trying to create a doodle god kind of system here where we have base elements. In fact, let me do this over here. So we have some base elements. We combine them. Let's just say 2 for now, to keep things simple. And when we combine them, we say if it's valid, then we destroy those. And create new element. Okay. And then new element is available to use in future Alchemy. Maybe. Right? If it's the last one in the chain, then obviously not. Okay? So our goal as programmers is to take this and eventually turn it into this so that the computer can actually execute it. So the question we need to ask is, what do we mean by all of this? So what do we mean by base elements? Well, base element could just be a class, right? So base element let's just call it element. So it's just a container of some kind of information. So what do we mean by combine them? So we have our drag and drop system that we've been using, right? I pointer, enter, I drop handler, all that stuff. Okay. But then we need to check. And actually, this should still be in the logic section here. Right, so doing a check. So what are we checking? We're checking position. Checking validity. Right? Is it an element? Does that particular element fit into any kind of a recipe that we already have? So we'll have to figure that out in a second. Right? So we can do if statements. So like if the event.drop thing is element and is valid, right? Or we could flip this and we can say if it's not this or it's not this, then we just return early. That's called a guard clause. So then we have to decide, what does valid mean, right? What do we mean by valid? Okay, so there exists a recipe with both elements. Okay. So maybe we have a list of recipes. Call this all recipes. So we're going to cycle through our list using a for loop. Whatever. All right, and then we're going to say if recipe, and then we have to figure out some way of defining how we're going to check those elements, right? If it has both those elements, then we do something. Okay. And if we get through the whole thing, then we decide what happens in that case. So maybe we throw an error. You know, maybe like I was talking about in the beginning, we do that little shake and the flash, and it's like, and it's like, nope, that's invalid. All right, so else do something else. Okay, so now we need to decide, okay, what do we mean by a recipe? Well, a recipe can be a class. So the recipe is probably just going to be a data class, right, chat? So in Unity, we have scriptable objects. And so then inside that, we'll have element A, element B, and then our element result. Okay, so now back in our for loop, we can say, you know, if the one that's dropped on here is from element A or element B, and if the one that is dropped onto is from whatever the other one is, right? We might have to break that down into more specific checks, right? So check option 1 if A is the one that's dropped, option 2 is if B is the one that's dropped, right? And do all of those checks exhaustively. So if all those conditions are true, then we get whatever the result is, and then we return that. And then, like we said here, you know, then we'll destroy these two, right? So in Unity, there's a destroy method. And then we can instantiate the new element. And then we want to say that, okay, if this is the first time we've done it, then we need to unlock it. So what do we mean by unlocking it? Well, maybe we'll have like a Boolean flag. Right, so bool unlocked. And then we just set that to true. So when we're spawning elements or we're doing anything with our UI, we only get the ones that are unlocked first. And then going back to here with what we were talking about instantiation, we create an instance of it. So that's the logic side of it. And then we have to worry about converting that into syntax. So let me do this a little more neatly. Since recipes are going to be a big part of this entire process, we'll create a document for that. I'm going to keep that outside of the GDD because this is kind of its own separate thing. So, the logic portion that we just went over is something known as pseudocode. So, the more specific we can get with our pseudocode, the more detailed and refined we can get with our logic, the easier it will be to then translate that into actual code. Right? So if you've ever had the experience of trying to talk to somebody in a different language, if you use a particular word that they don't know, then you have to stop and you have to explain what that word means, right? Right, so say somebody didn't know what the word lunch means. Okay, well, what is lunch? Well, it's a meal in the middle of the day. Sometimes you have it with more than one person, right? So that's essentially what we have to do with our code here. So for the recipe system, we have a number of base elements. Some are locked, some are unlocked. Elements can be combined. Drag one element onto another to test if can be combined. Check if valid recipe exists. If so, combine elements, unlock new result, destroy base elements, do stuff with trigger sounds and UI if first time unlocking. If not valid, shake object, play error sound flash red, and return to deck. Also, if we can combine them, since we're going to have skill points, so consume spell point cost. Yeah, I think we should only do that if the recipe is valid, because otherwise that'd be unfair, right? Although maybe there's an argument to be made for you should do it regardless, because that limits you just going through and brute forcing every one individually. Although Doodle God lets you have infinite tries. Alright, so now we need to decide what all of these mean. So what do we mean by a number of base elements? So this is going to be class element do we want it to be just a generic class, or do we want it to be a scriptable object? Do we want it to be a mono behavior? to be decided. Okay, so let's actually do this down here. So we have public class element, the bool unlocked equals false by default. So then we have a public class recipe, which that'll be a scriptable object. So element A, element B, element result. And then we probably want to know whether that particular recipe has been unlocked before. All right, so we can check if the recipe has been unlocked. So maybe certain recipes we can't do anything with yet. So like we have to buy new recipes, for instance. What's next? Combined. So do Alchemy manager extends I drag handler I So we probably need an in-world object to represent this, something that we're going to be dragging. So class for in-world object element to be dragged and dropped needs button component. And I guess for now these can just be, rather than being in individual slots, they can just be kind of spread out all over the board. We need UI buttons for selecting elements to be spawned. So spawn element, instantiate prefab, assign element data. So what are some of the other things that the element's going to have? It'll have a name. So name is a reserved field in Unity, so I always try to name my things display name. We need an icon. Color, maybe. We'll see. That would probably be taken care of with the color. I guess category. So if it's a subchild of fire, air, earth, water, light, dark, poison, lightning, ice, what else? Type, creature, natural force, spell, instance. Hello, Catfish. You could stay and watch, but you're heading to bed. Just wanted to say you appreciate the video and writing a GDD, really helpful. Good luck with the jam and have fun. Well, thank you. I'm glad that you found it very helpful. That's why we made that, and that's why we're going through this whole process, to show you guys all of the steps from start to end on a GDD. So feel free to catch the VOD later, and thanks for stopping by. All right, so for check if valid, list of recipes, for loop through, check A against drop, B against drop, check against null. So going to need list of recipes, all recipes, list of recipes, unlocked recipes, add to unlocked as they become unlocked. Alright, so combining, instantiate recipe dot result, destroy A and B, fire event on recipe on combined, particle effects, sounds, animation, baking, failure, on failed, event, particle effects, sounds, animation, shaking, flash red. I guess maybe this could be flash white. So dropped object dot transform dot position, then back to or I guess we could just no. UI icon position, and then destroy it. I guess maybe we spend points when we click on an object, and then we gain those points back if it returns. So refund score plus equals element cost. So I guess each element will also have a score cost to use or to conjure, we'll say. be a bit more fancy and necromantic. Assign element data. Decrease score by conjuring cost. See, so that way if you want to spam the entire screen with stuff, you can do that, but it'll cost you. And so then you'll just wind up with with a bunch of fire in your deck or something. Dum 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 dum. Alright, so after we combine it, wait a bit, destroy, or add to deck, add to all cards list, destroy example results. Alright, so we're going to need like a list of all our cards. List all cards. All the ones we made. Go grid layout. Visuals. Each card has its own set of data. List of current deck. All the ones currently in use up to 52. So we want to say if deck.length is greater than or equal to 52, or rather if deck.length equals less than 52, we can add card else return. All right, so we're going to need a scene or interface for conjuring alchemical ingredients, scene or interface for looking at our deck, assigning cards, looking at all our cards, building our deck, looking at our deck, removing cards from deck, shop interface or scene to spend spell points to purchase new elements, or call it skins. Okay. And then we just need to generate a whole metric crap ton of those. So then we have to figure out, so the elements will be different effects, not cards. Although they could be cards. I think elements will be effects. So by combining the elements together, you're effectively creating different effects for your cards. And then list all of effects, all effects. Unlocked, used to assign in card building. Cards must have at least one effect. No more than 3. Due to space limitations. Unless we can completely make them diegetic with icons and numbers. Alright, so all this still is pseudocode, chat. So even though I'm writing things like public class element whatever, that's still not the actual syntax, because I can't just copy this whole thing into C# and have it know what I'm doing. Okay. So we would need element data class. Basic info, whereas element is mono behavior in world with prefab base and visual components. All right, see, so I'm taking that macro problem of we have an element system and breaking it down into greater and greater specificity, because the computer doesn't know, make me an element system. It doesn't even know, you know, make me element data. It doesn't understand any of that, so we have to get very specific. Just check something real quick. Oh, Scapegoat got their prototype done. Why don't we take a second to look at that? Eat some ramen. Very nice. Very nice. You guys are certainly a lot farther along than I am. All right, let's see if we can start to actually build this out. Let's get rid of all this for now. Go back to Unity. Scripts. Come on. Recompiling. Okay, so element. P. We already made that enum, so where did we have that written? That was in data. It's in card. Oh, right. So for the effects, we're probably going to use interfaces, so we can use the strategy pattern. Flying noodles. That's probably going to get clipped. Let's call this element system. Call this eye effect. The reason I'm doing these all at once, because it always takes a long time to compile. Just figured do all the compiling at once. Create C# script. Alchemy manager. So the Alchemy manager is going to be the thing that actually does all the checking of the different recipes and the validations. Folder base elements, create folder recipes. All right, let us start with can I just open all of you? No. But I can open you here. All right, let's get our documentation back up. There's so many windows open at the moment. Okay. So we have our rename this to element data. And this will be a scriptable object. And create asset menu. File name equals element data. So menu name equals element data. Hey, Scapegoat. I saw your prototype before. Good job on that. You're a lot further than I am. probably going to be streaming for several more hours, so if you have to go, be sure to come back later. Alright, so our element data have a display name, excuse me, public string display name. Sure, we can have a description. Public sprites icon. Public color, sure, why not? Public element type. Element type. Type. Card type. Public float. Conjure cost. Probably make all these lowercase so we don't confuse them with classes or methods. Okay, so recipes. This will be very easy. File name equals recipe, so. Okay. Close these down. I want to do this here or in a dictionary. Well, I guess we don't need that because it defaults to unlock false. Okay. So then we need element. You're going to need element data. No, excuse me, that is incorrect. So the icon, what else should we say? Prefab. I have it. Right, so this is going to need to be drag and drop. So I begin drag handler, I end drag handler, I drag handler, I drop handler. No, that's not what we wanted. Just do it the old-fashioned way. So you're going to have a public list of recipes. Okay. Public void compare or Alright, so now for the really icky part. For we're going to say if A is present and is present, so if ingredient A is not equal to A.data dot and recipe ingredient B equal to Alright, so this is saying if neither A nor B is equal to element A, Alright, so if ingredient A is not the same as element A and ingredient B is not the same as element A, then element A is not part of this recipe, therefore it is invalid. So we do the same thing with B. Do we want to have recipes where we combine the same thing? I guess we could. Alright, so if neither ingredient is equal to A, return. Neither ingredient is equal to B, return. So otherwise, at least one of those two should be the case. Alright, so where did we say if it's valid? So we want to check if it's already unlocked. If not unlocked, then unlock and do some things. Do normal things. So instantiate new result element. Destroy game object. Destroy b.game object. We have some code duplication here, so let's just say bool. Does not have A or does not have B. Then trigger failure. Sound, flash red, shake, ingredients, return to slots, refund, it's so let's do get result from recipe. Result data to prefab. Play sounds, flash white, spawn particle effects, shake, volt, object, transform. add to list. Of available effects. Okay, so getting the result is just var element so all right, you're going to spawn in the middle of the screen. Element.data equals call that result data. Okay. Apparently there are two errors somewhere. Line 10. Oh. Sorry. Okay. All right, so we're not going to worry about the visuals just yet. Just call it wait time. Okay. So that is a lot of work. Get rid of this for now. I guess we may as well use I pointer, enter handler, I pointer, exit handler. Probably what I should do is make a squash and stretch class that does that for me. Get rid of all that. What are we saying? Let's just get all of this. Make it work, make it right, make it fast. In that order. not an element, and we don't have to worry about it. Just sit there. Let us make the Alchemy Manager a singleton, because we're going to need one of those. There. Private void awake. Instance equals this. What's unhappy here? Excuse me, princess. What did we do for drag? Right. You're going to follow the mouse. Type of canvas group. Alright, so it needed to have a button and canvas group. You don't need a prefab, actually, because you will be a prefab. Update. Again, this is horrible reuse of code, but I'm not worried about it right now. Factoring can come later. That's fine. Alright, so Alchemy manager.instance dot here. So this and drop element. All right, let's see if that's working. That's a lot of hopes and prayers before actually getting to test anything, but it's also a lot of setup. Flying noodles. You'll love to see it. Let us do this in a new scene. Call this card test. Call new scene. Okay, UI canvas. Okay. Get you out of the way for a second. So now we need a Alchemy manager. Okay. We'll make a button. This will be our element. Can always add that back later. For now, we'll just use... Sure. In fact, let us make you smaller. Sure, that'll work. And then So now we have that. That one's our element. I did it on the wrong one. It's okay. Okay, you're gonna go there. And let's make a UI button for these. Element spawn UI button. Finish the last of the coffee. Finish the last of the ramen. While we wait for Unity to decide what it's going to do. Okay. So for the spawner, going to need element data, element prefab, transform, spawn location. Alright, so public void spawn. It's going to instantiate our prefab at spawn location. Var element equals identity, and sure, you can be its parent too. Actually, no, we don't want you to have a parent. Instantiate. And then element.data equals data. Okay. And do other things. Play sound, particles, flash, squash and stretch. Yeah, I really should make a dedicated squash and stretch class, since a lot of things are going to be using it. Okay, what else? What else? What else? Deductible. To do deduct points based on cost. And you know what we should do is also have a recycling bin, so that if you accidentally spend points, you can just recycle them. Okay. I think for now that'll work. And we will change you just so you're a little different. Make you even smaller. Okay, and empty spawn location 1. You can be over there. Spawn location 2. Can be over there. Ideally, I would probably do like a Poisson disk sampling for this. Because I can very easily see a problem where you spawn multiple ones. Alright, let's just give it a random location for now. Inside unit sphere. Vector 3, random spot dot x, random spot dot y. We don't want the z. And then vector 3 final equals spawn location dot position plus random point times x distance. Private float. Max spawn distance equals 50. These, because they look naked if I don't add them. Okay. How is everybody doing so far? Making lots of progress today, chat. Being a game dev is waiting for this to come. Okay. Spawn location, spawn center. Put you over there again. Alright, so now element. Alright, so now we need to make some data and some recipes. Element data, let's just call this fire. It burns. Icon. Sure. That. Water. It's wet. Give you an icon. Q blue. Earth. We live here. Okay. Q green. And air. We need it. We breathe. Q yellow, which is my default color for air. Or wind, excuse me. Water button. Earth button. Eventually we'll automate all this. It'll be lovely. Air button. Prefabs. Element. Just move you off to the side for now. Eventually we'll make prefabs out of all of you. Fire, water, my cup is in the way, earth, air. In fact, let us child object, image, so we can see what we're looking at here. Earth. Heart. Okay. So now we have 4 buttons. And just to make things interesting, let's put 2 of you over here. Spawn location 2. And for you guys, you can have spawn location 2. Congratulations. And that's the Alchemy manager. All right, so let's test that out, make sure we're spawning things correctly. Dun, 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 dun. Should get errors because we don't have any data. Actually, we do have data. We don't have recipe data, so we'll get errors if we try to combine them. Okay, fire. And we didn't hook up our buttons. That would really help. Fortunately, Unity makes it so easy. Okay. And while I'm thinking of it, let's also give these an icon so we can see where they're at. No, you don't want to show me your gizmos? Why not? Alright, fine. You know what we'll do? If you're gonna be petulant like that. There. Now you cannot hide from us. So something else while I'm thinking about it is, in terms of music, you know, I'm a big fan of Cult of the Lamb soundtrack, so I don't mind listening to that on endless repeat. But I know that Thor allows people to stream the Heartbound soundtrack. However, one reason why I've avoided doing so, even though he gives us permission, is because then everybody's stream starts sounding like Pirate Software streams. However, for this particular game jam, I might allow it and make an exception to that because it's thematically appropriate. We shall see. Okay. So, we are successfully spawning. But I suspect they are too far away. Where are you spawning, children? Ah, yes. It is because you are not spawning on the canvas. So I do need to give you a parent after all. Element container. There you go. Actually, delay that order. We'll just do the thing that I said I wasn't going to do, which is make your spawn location be your parent. And should probably do that after give you a name. I think I have to do as the game object. Been going about 5.5 hours so far. If I can get this element Alchemy done today, I think that'll be a huge success. Alright, Kate. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Glad to see you. Okay. Well, our producer is sharing more findings from the recent Disney and tech dumps. Oh. We have elements spawning. Okay. And we can move them. Alright, cool. Very cool. I don't know why your icon's not showing up, but let's see. That's certainly something. Also, your spawn radius is way too small. Maybe we should make a min spawn distance too. Right. Button. My love, why are you not updating these? Public void, set icon. Not incom. Okay. Again, we should probably call that from inside of the class. In fact, let's do that. While I'm thinking of it, initialize. In fact, you can even initialize it with data. How about that? think I can do that. Find out. Alright, I don't think we need anything else. Okay. Just reading what my producer sent me here. Wonderful, a die holocaust. I'll have to respond to that later. Alright, so we're gonna get to work alone for a little bit. So if you're in chat, say hi. There we go. Cool. Okay, we got some earth ones, and the air one apparently was not assigned correctly. Alright, all the other ones are working. Doesn't seem to want to place them outside of this line here. Okay, so these have the element script on them. Okay, so that's something. First of all, these should not be raycast targets, because that's just going to block our stoof. Okay, you're clearly using the air data. There we go. That was the problem. Would have spotted that sooner if I had named things. Prefabs, element. So let's find out why you're not dropping where I want you to. Let's get rid of this. Because that might be the problem. It might also be the problem in the cards as well. Alright, I will be right back in a second. Had my mic muted there for a good long while. Sorry about that. But unfortunately, I'm going to have to mute it again because I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. All right. Let's try it without the microphone muted this time. So basically what I'm doing here is we're going to be automating the creation of the buttons. I was saying that what I should do is move all this to its own central game repository and then just spawn all the buttons at once in some kind of a scroll rect with a horizontal, vertical, or grid layout. And then I was wondering, could I do some kind of a stair-stepping effect inside of a scroll rect? Whereas if I make the number of columns, let's say I do it favoring like 3 vertical columns. If the number of columns is odd, and then I add a spacer in between every other one, so that every other index is empty, then it should create this nice sort of stair-stepping pattern. And then I should be able to bunch them closer together in terms of the spacing. So I'm going to move that to a central repository, so all of our unlocked data, all of our element data is in one place. Then we're going to loop through all of them and spawn them and initialize them. And then if they're locked, then we make them uninteractable. Or I'm sorry, we make them disabled. And if they're unlocked, then we enable them. And in real time, then we'll make them interactable or not based on whether we have enough skill points to buy them. So that should be relatively straightforward to do. And then we have our recycling bin. So finally figuring out how to get this all working. So So what I was saying before is that, again, I don't know how long my mic was muted, but this is one reason why it's good to have chat, because then somebody in chat could be like, hey, your mic is muted. It's okay, you didn't really miss much because you have music and you get to watch on screen. But I was saying what I'll probably wind up doing is generating all of the recipe data off stream, and that'll also give me a chance to try and make some little icons as well, just because that's kind of tedious and you don't really want to sit here and watch me do data entry the whole time. And why is this all of a sudden buggy? Hello? Line 44. Right, because we were in the process of assigning them new spawn locations. So I need to go assign those. Actually, before we do that, since we're in the process of updating this, let's just fix this right now. Actually, what I should do is make a single scriptable object list that holds all of them. Another clever use for scriptable objects is you can have a scriptable object that's a list of other scriptable objects. All right, probably going to stop at 9 o'clock, I think. So like another half hour. element data list so. Just looking at what other people are working on. Some people have got entire levels designed so far. Open you up. Scriptable object. Create asset menu, file name. Tools. Menu name. Elements. And this is just going to have a public list of element data so. And as we need more functionality, we can add it. And same thing for you. Recipes. Copy that. Public. Okay. And where's our game manager? Now there's a tricky thing with these. wherein if you make an actual build, it's not necessarily going to save stuff in scriptable objects. For that, you need a JSON serializer for. So I'm wondering if it'd be worth it to create some helper methods to add stuff to the recipes. Because like the all elements and all recipes lists are only going to change if I update the game on my end as a dev. So like I can seed this with some initial elements for like a new game, like earth, fire, air, water. But it's not going to save between play sessions on the player end. I mean, I could use player prefs, but that's ugh. Especially when JSON can actually serialize lists. Okay, so those are all going to be in one spot now. And this should probably be a singleton. And I should probably put it into don't destroy and load. Okay. Let's go back to Unity and create our lists. So once I get a bunch of recipes made, then at the very least we'll have a Doodle God game. So that's something. And then maybe tomorrow we'll work on figuring out how to implement the effects using the strategy pattern. Okay. All right, so now we have a list. We can take our recipes and just dump all those in there. And same for this. So we can do all elements. Boom, just like that, and we can reorder them. And we can even make another list. We'll say all base elements. Call it all starter elements. Take all those except for the Flower of Life. So now we have a list of anything that gets unlocked at the beginning of the game, as well as anything that could be in the game. And then all I have to do is attach that, lock the inspector. So we have all elements. Okay, and there we go. So now we come back to our, is it the button spawner? Did we attach that to something or no? Yeah, so this should be unlocked recipes. Do we have you attached to anything? No. Okay, so we don't need that anymore. Manager.instance.all elements dot elements. I guess since it's a scriptable object, we could also just add that here. That way we don't couple those, but they'll be coupled through the scriptable object, which is fine. Okay. So this should not be here, really. Functions to unlock elements and trigger events when Okay, so we're going to spawn all the buttons, and should make that all elements. Right, so for each element in there, and then so in the initialize, not in children. Appreciate the offer though. If if data is not equal to null, then button.enter equals data.unlocked. Alright, so we're going to spawn all the buttons, and as they get spawned, it's going to initialize them. And as it initializes them, it'll set them interactable. Kind of want to move this down. So go from there to there to there. Okay. Then we just need our list. And just pass that in. So that way only our manager needs to know about the spawn locations. Alright. We might have everything that we need for that. So what I'm going to do now is just set up a placeholder scroll rect for the buttons. And that should work the same way it did on my tracker app. Alright, so we've got our canvas, we have our Alchemy manager here. Okay, so for now, all elements, button prefab, button container, Actually, instead of an empty, create a scroll view. All right, so the viewport content, where we're going to put our grid layout group. For now, let's just do a fixed row count. And this is going to be our container. I think we can just get rid of that. It's doing stupid crap again with the X's. Okay, so do we have everything we need? I think so. Let's give it a shot. What's the worst that happens? Nothing. Coming up on the 8-hour mark. But I'm really excited to see this. Praise the Lamb, yes. Okay, so we've got a button here. Line 31. Something here is null. All right, so that's a list of data SO. That's getting SO. So what is null considering you have your thing here. All right, you're being assigned correctly. That's being used for the spawn. Okay, so we need to set so we need to set icon and container. You're also the wrong element. Okay, so we need Hey, Pain and Code. Yep, they are hosting a game jam. We have been streaming for almost 8 hours today. How are you doing? Are you participating in the game jam? Well, I kind of don't have a choice, so... Start axis, horizontal. No, you're not part of it? You're just coming to hang out? Is it a 24-hour deadline? No, it's 2 weeks. Very generous deadline. And even then, probably not going to finish all of what I want to do, or even half of what I want to do. Just want to check something real quick. But yeah, so day 1 was the GDD. Day 2, we started prototyping. And this is day 3. Yep, they force creators to think outside the box. Okay. Sometimes we've got to think inside the box. So what could possibly be null here? Sure, let's log button, let's log data, and spawn locations. What? Oh. Have you ever participated in a game jam before? This will be my 3rd game jam that I've been a part of. First one was the Pirate Software game jam. Nope, never been any? Okay. Do you have coding experience? Judging by your name, I would assume so. Alright, let us find out what is null. The eye of null. That will let us shapeshift into anyone we would please. You code and create Undertale engines on a D&D site called Scratch. You're trying Godot. Undertale is in, like, the game with Sans and Papyrus. That Undertale? I'm curious what Undertale engines means. Alright, so our button is not null, data is not null, data is the wrong data. A lot of young and less experienced people want to make their own Sans games. It takes too long for them to learn how to do it. So you're making an engine, or rather a tool that eases their job. So are you making an engine or are you making a tool? Technically an engine is a tool, but is there a way I can actually see this using Odin? That would be handy. Square object field, change the PT for object field also had support for drag and drop. So let's see if that did the thing that I wanted it to do. It's a UI thing that allows them to enable, change, click whatever they want, and also modify the whole game of code inside the project. Kind of makes sense. So, like, are you designing individual mini games? It's been a long time since I visited Undertale, so. Any luck, this will do the thing that I want. Yeah, so I don't know much about Godot. I know that a bunch of people went over to Godot after Unity shit the bed with their pricing stuff. I know Brackeys is making tutorials in Godot now. I know my studio partner wants... Ah, yes. Thank you, Odin Inspector. I love Odin Inspector. Look at that. Now we can actually see what we're doing. Yep, all elements. That's the correct sprite. So then must be something in the initialize. Let's name this. Saying something in here is null. All right, let's just try it out and see. Have I ever made any games outside of a game jam? So I have made a tracker app for use in Zelda randomizers, and we are currently working on a game called the Alchemy, which, let me bring that up. Bombs, health. So we recently made a video called Game Design Documents: A Comprehensive Guide, in which so our game, The Alchemask, is the one that we used as sort of a template for that. And you can go and you can see all the things that we're doing to work on that. So let's go to, actually, let's go back to the start part. So it's a twin stick roguelike, kind of like Binding of Isaac, wherein we have a bunch of cute little characters and you move around and you use alchemy. So I'm actually using this game jam to try and build some tools that I can then take and use in that. So what about you? And what projects have you made besides your Undertale engine? You made Full Metal Alchemist? As in, like... As in, like, that Full Metal Alchemist? You actually worked on that? Oh, you mean the game that I made sounds like that, yeah. So it's Alchemask, so... Alchemask. So combining alchemy and masks. Right, so you're calling that, you're calling that, you're calling that. So this ultimately is the line that's problematic. Let me check real quick. Because I think it's staying as fire because that's what the prefab is. So that might be informative. Yeah, so that's the prefab. So it's being named correctly. But the image is not being set correctly. Okay, so that might be the issue. What is this ridiculousness that you just posted, Thor? Some kind of auction. So it looks like a bunch of streamers all donated something to an auction. In which he got a skull from someone. Hatsune Miku car. So this is what I'm looking at here. Ah, okay, it's a 3D printed skull. I thought he was talking about like somebody's actual skull. So William Osmond apparently 3D printed a skull and Thor bid on it and won. And then later there's going to be like a Hatsune Miku car for auction. Full Metal Alchemask. We don't actually have metal in the game as an element. That might be an oversight. Right, so what were we working on? Working on figuring out why this... I think I know what's wrong. Might have forgotten to sign that. How long have I been making games? So, I first learned about Unity about 10 years ago. In fact, I have a short on my on this channel. So this short that we just put out explains how I got into game dev. So just paste that in for you. Success! We have done it, chat. We have successfully spawned all these buttons. Alright. And now do they do the thing? They do not seem like they want to do the thing. Looks like we're having some serious lag. Better save. That is because you do not have a container assigned. And are you interactable? You are not interactable. Right. So let's make those unlocked. You can stay locked for now. Let's just drag one of these boys out. Actually, it's not going to do it because it is not interactable. Yeah, it hasn't been 10 consecutive years. It's been like 10 years on and off. All right. we should also make it so that the icon so that's our button container, and then we need the spawn container. Right. Ever played the 2010s Flash games or primarily played the old 2000s AAA games? You'll have to be more specific than that. You mean like Newgrounds type games? I played a couple of those back in the day. What was that one? I did play the original Tower Defense, or Defend Your Castle. I played this back when it was new. The original that started a genre. It's not something awful. What is it? Let me do this off screen because we're not safe for work mode. Flash animation cross. Ah, yes. There it is. The original Madness games. Played those when they came out. Fighting against Evil Jesus and the Satanic Clown. Let's see. 2000s AAA games. What even came out in 2000? I remember playing Paper Mario. I played Snake Eater when that was new. Assassin's Creed, the early versions of it, like Ezio Saga. Yeah, the Madness series was pretty iconic, and they just kept ramping up and up and up and up. Ah, good times. Simpler times. It's almost 10 o'clock. What time is it by you? Alright, assuming I can get this working, I think we might call it a night for there. Just because certain parties in my house are going to be going to sleep soon. Okay. So that's unlocked. Of course, null reference exceptions, my favorite. What is it this time? You don't have a spawn location. Why don't you have a spawn location? You should have a spawn location. You don't have a container either. Why don't you have a container? You're supposed to have a container. It says right there, you have a container. I know what it is. Got to assign it again. Yep. I are dumb. I has no brain. Yet I must code. It's about 9:45 p.m. here. So like I said, as soon as I finish doing this, getting this to work, then we'll probably call it a night. And then I will probably spend the rest of the night working on recipe data and maybe some placeholder art, so that we can just start generating out mass quantities of content and actually test out the recipe system and unlocking things. Also because that's just something fun and relaxing to do. And it would be pretty boring to see me just doing data entry on screen. I might leave the art for tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow will be an art stream. We'll see. Still no. Okay, do you at least have your container? Yeah, so a lot of people are saying like 8 hours is a long time. It's basically the same as if you were working a 9-to-5 job. This is my job, basically. So it's just a normal day. Alright, you do have your container, finally. Now what is the problem? You don't have a spawn location. Why do you not have a spawn location? You were supposed to have spawn locations. See? Spawn locations. I bet your manager has a spawn location. Oh, look at that. It does. Burnt out after just 5 hours. So, even though this is game dev and this is fun, there are still things that can burn you out. Just look at me at the end of yesterday's stream, where I'm sitting here bashing my head against the wall, trying to figure out why a piece of code doesn't work. Alright, so right now, for instance, this is pissing me off because I'm trying to do something very simple here and it's not. Doing what I want it to do. Alright, so it's this line specifically that's giving me issues. Vector 3 can't be null. Random point can't be null. Distance can't be null. So it has to be the spawn location is null. Yeah, sometimes taking an hour break helps. So actually, the reason why we're working on the element system right now is because I was getting frustrated at the card system not doing what I wanted it to do. So just switching gears on that. That's also why I did a bunch of art last night. So for instance, these are the actual cards that I drew up this morning, which is fun. That took about an hour or two. Alright. Something has got to be wrong in this. Yep, love vector art. It just looks so crisp and clean. That's why Hollow Knight uses it. That's why Cult of the Lamb, I think, uses it. Pretty sure they did all vector-based stuff. Right. So there we go. Whoopsie. Pretty sure Hollow Knight, at least for the foreground elements, is vector art. The backgrounds might be hand painted. Okay. Some of it might be hand painted. Stuff like this, though, definitely looks like it's vector-based. It's just way too clean to be otherwise, and the line weight is too consistent. I think. I could be wrong. Alright. Let's see if we finally fixed our issue. Once more into the breach, dear friends. Can we finally do it? Yes, the $1 million show. Can you fix the bug? That is also the core gameplay loop in Hollow Knight. Can you fix the bug? Okay. Yay, we did it. Except now that's kind of in the way, but it's okay because we did it. Good. Invalid. You should be. Yes. Valid. Trash. 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 Yes. Yes. Again, you are in the way. That's okay. So happy. So now we just got to do that about 1 million more times. And then we'll have successfully recreated Doodle God. But that is going to be for tomorrow's project. Let's just see real quick if my other change fixed this. At this rate, I don't think we're going to get to all the fancy art for our AI opponents. Big sad. Someone actually was suggesting something very interesting, which is to, and this is in keeping with my first rule of budgeting, which is however long you think it's going to take, double it. So they were saying that if you get a time constraint on a game jam, have it and make that your deadline. Smart. So in my case, we're on day 3, so I basically have to get this done in 4 days. And then that'll leave another 4 days for polishing. So let's see, we click that. Nope, you're still broken. Okay. Okay, you can get moved into the discard pile just fine. And you can get removed just fine. Alright, but those will be for tomorrow's project. So last thing before we sign off for the day. Is we're going to assign what our tasks are going to be for tomorrow. Bug fixing. Why do cards lock and not go to their slots? Scroll rect blocking spawned elements. To scriptable object lists. Yeah, I guess we could do the point system, the unlock system tomorrow. Research factory pattern. Strategy pattern. Um, import slot factory from tracker to quickly generate elements. List of potential types and effects. Yeah, so if it gets to be about the middle of next week and I don't have most of this stuff done, then I might have to change the scope to just being a more polished Doodle God game. Although the effects is really important. Being able to use that with the builder pattern. So effects are going to be self-made. So if we come up here, so we craft a bunch of elements. Each element will have its own effect, and then you can apply those when building cards. So you'll have a list of effects, and when the card is activated, it unleashes that effect. And then here are some examples of effects that we have come up with so far. Adding or removing points, damaging cards, healing cards, buffing or debuffing. So the eventual goal is to get something like this, where it's a battle system, except instead of dice, you're using your own custom cards. Very ambitious. We still haven't done anything with the building stuff yet. So, we'll see. But I am happy that we at least have the alchemy stuff working. Are they going to be shaders or just sprites? So, long term, if this was an actual game and not just a prototype, they would be shaders. So I was talking earlier in the stream about how these backgrounds could be... See how it's kind of moving as I move it around? So like I can mask that out and make a shader with it. But for now, for the prototype, I'm just doing sprites. Okay. I'm not going to worry so much about the priorities on here right now. Alright, so if nothing else, we'll get a... 2 weeks should be more than enough time to make Doodle God, I think. So, with that said, I am Mauricio Dark. This is Circuit Studios, and we will be back tomorrow for day 4 of the Pirate Software Jam, sometime around noon to 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Make sure you are subscribed so that you get notifications. Come join us. Come say hi, hang out, learn things, make awesome things. And until next time, take care.